I don't drink on a normal basis, but
Mm,
if like we go somewhere, it's like, oh, there's a braai, and then
mm,
somebody has a bottle of wine, then I'll have like a glass or two. But I
okay.
don't normally go to the shop and
Yeah.
buy wine like for the house or anything.
Okay.
But I've never like really been a big drinker, because even when I used to like drink, that would
Mm,
be me like every 2 months or every.
mm,
That's what's me as a drinker. So now it's like maybe like twice a year.
mm, mm.
So
But one of my closest friends is like that as well. Yeah, she's not. Yeah, she's not even occasional. I can't even say social. It's just like one of those random days in the year she will indulge. But even indulge, you say it's like a glass, and then that's it. She's like, okay, thanks.
and but Mina, it's always like in a setting where we go to our friend's house and we
Yeah,
have a
yeah, yeah.
bar. It's
For
never
sure.
even
I
one
don't
day
think Unti is
randomly at
okay.
home. Let's
Sorry.
see. It's still saying like 0 people. Let me
Okay,
Google
but do
this.
you remember what I said, ne? About this? Maybe I should have opened your
Oh, like
YouTube
it takes
on
a.
the side.
Let me go to.
Yeah,
Let me go to
because
YouTube and see.
it's not it's not always accurate. But for me, I feel like it's nice to start anyway because for those people who come onto the channel and
Yeah,
watch it after, you know.
yeah. For
But I think
whoever
I post
is here,
post.
say hellos. I actually continued like listening to my audiobook, because
Yeah.
now I have like, where's my camera? I have like this much left. I'm
Season
like
two. Yeah.
I'm like on page 305 now.
Ooh.
So how many? I said the 70
Oh,
pages.
no, no, no. But
So
also, we have not shared. Have you shared? I haven't shared your name.
I shared it. Well, I
Oh,
shared as best as
that
I could on my Instagram,
Okay, I'm
because I
going
still don't
to.
have that link thing.
Okay, I'm gonna do what I do's, and then but you shared on the groups and stuff, ne? Oh yes, I
Yeah,
see.
on Insta.
No,
I've shared on
you shared
I've shared
on.
in the groups. Yeah.
Okay, I'm sharing on Twitter.
Cool. I'm just gonna finish off. So I think sometimes that also helps. You know, people can forget, which is fine.
Mm, let me see. Let me share in this black cake group,
Yeah.
because there's some people who are not in the main group.
Okay.
Where is it?
Oh, see, yes.
Copy this.
Oh yes, 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 yes. Oh my word. Because I'll just repost what Vuvu will share.
Okay.
Because I'm getting a lag, a little bit of a delay.
Okay. Mm, I'm almost done.
Where is my?
Mm. Can't believe this is the last one.
Yeah, like it feels like it went by so quickly. Hey,
Mm, definitely. I feel that way.
because when we started, it was like, yo, 16 hours. Oh my.
Yeah, yeah. Just the thought of the number. Mm.
No, the weekend is done.
Ah, the weekend is done. What about? Oh,
Um,
Imagine now 16 hours has gone by. It's done.
yeah,
sure. Let me just go wipe my glasses, because it looks like, yo, so many fingerprints.
that's the worst. That is the worst. Oh, not this thing saying low battery, child.
Okay, let me copy this YouTube, the one that you just shared on
Mm,
your phone.
the final sprint
Let's see.
of the weekend. Mm.
Okay, if anybody's in here, say hello. Let us know you're here. Let us know what you're really
So now
listening.
I have access to the room, friend.
You talking to me? Sam Malicious is there. Are you
Oh,
talking to
on
me?
the channel.
Hi, Sammy. We are in it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. I have shared. You talking to me?
Okay,
Oh,
now I can.
Malaysia.
Sam, are you still reading?
Yeah.
What was the name of that book?
Okay. I'm also gonna turn off my video.
Hmm? Okay, so I've shared it on IG.
Yeah. Cool. I've shared it in the groups as well.
Hi, Sammy. No, I've been
Hi,
meaning to
Sammy.
ask. Who's bookmarked by a wolf?
I have no idea.
Oh, I thought somebody knew because they've been commenting.
But it's Sammy. Good vibes. We love it.
Is she not answering me? Is she answering my question? Are you answering about bookmarks?
I don't know. I don't know.
Like that response came like just after I asked. So I'm
Hmm.
wondering if she's not responding to that.
I don't know if I feel like Bookmarked by Wolf also has their own channel. Let me see if
Yes,
I
I
can.
think so too. I think so too. Let me just.
I just want to see if I got a notification of a follow. I feel like maybe she might have followed me
We know this
before.
person. That's my thing. Also, I've got a feeling we know this person. So I'm thinking. I thought you guys would know. Like,
Who it is. I'm not sure. And because now we sometimes use different names all over the place. Oh, there we go. Okay. They actually followed me like 7 days ago.
I started seeing them on the live that I had with Label as well. So I was like, no, man.
But it doesn't seem okay,
Sammy says,
they don't have any
Sammy says the
videos.
upper world. The upper
Oh,
world.
Semi's still reading the
Not.
upper world.
Oh, she's reading.
That's what she was reading earlier. Oh yeah.
You know, Sammy's confusing me. Is she bookmarked by Wolf or is she reading the upper world? I don't know.
No, Semi is a malicious poet.
Okay.
This is Samantha.
Okay. Yes. So who's bookmarked by Wolf?
I don't know, but she doesn't have. Oh, they don't. I don't know if it's now who it
Yeah.
is, but they don't have any videos. It just seems like they just subscribe. I see they subscribe to a lot of booktubers channels,
Oh, okay. So they were
but they
really
don't actually
interacting.
have. Hey,
I'm saying they were really interacting in the
in
label
that
one,
yeah,
and
that
then
Mono one.
and they were also interacting in last night's one. So I really would like to know. Let me just see if I can just follow them. By the way, I'm just going on here looking for bookmarked. Yesterday's live, it's now has like 97 views, which I think for a sprint is quite
It's really good.
nice. It's really nice.
Let's see if we can find them
Yeah, it's not
on
to, it's not
Instagram.
to know people that are.
Maybe they might actually pop up by Wolf.
Yeah, they could. They could. Oh, they
There's
start
somebody
upstairs.
somebody called Bookmark by Wolf, but I don't
And
know.
it was, I think it was the same, it was one word.
I feel like maybe the name is different on Instagram because the account I found doesn't even have any pictures or anything, and I don't believe that that's them. So I'm not sure.
Okay, no, it's fine then. I'm sure it's gonna make sense at some point. I'm gonna find them. You saying they followed you? I don't see a.
They subscribed to my channel like 7 days ago to my YouTube channel.
Okay.
So they found me somewhere. I don't know. where and how.
Definitely.
Are
Okay.
you still reading 7 Days in June?
Yes, and now that my guest is in her own room there and won't be talking to me,
You're
I'm going
reading.
to push, child. I'm going to push. So this is still us. And I've stolen her seat in the house. Ompile, I'm in your spot. So hopefully I get
Cozy corner.
yes inspiration in this corner. We shall see. And I was thinking I need a change of ambience, but in my head I'm praying like I'm serious prayers that
It
I
was,
better not fall
it
asleep.
was
Like I
really
better not
cozy though.
like and do that, that would be very
Like
bad.
I'm hoping the same. I'm like, it would be so weird if I'm the host and I'm here like the alarm is going dee, 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 and then no one is switching it off.
Imagine because we've stretched it hey this weekend. Imagine all of us fall asleep. All of us. All three of us.
That would be rough.
That would be epic because midnight is midnight, guys. It's not around the corner. Yeah.
Midnight is hard. I
Yeah.
usually fall asleep at like 9 o'clock,
No, but
10
that couch is
o'clock.
like
Yeah, I was about to
cozy.
say, and this is very tempting. Eh?
Me, I'm even on the bed. So
Yeah,
like
you see
I
now.
can retire for the night.
Yeah, no, we are playing. We are playing with fire. We are playing with fire.
So
That is for sure.
let's see how we do. Um
Cool.
Yo,
Umpila, you still gonna read Black Cake. How far are you now?
Yeah, she's finishing that one.
I see her video is frozen. In the internet
Sham, is
issue.
this an electricity thing? Like,
I need to be.
what you saying? Oh, she's off. This whole weekend. Hey, I still can't get over the issues that happened. It's not his phone. It's the
Facebookology.
yes, Facebook and StreamYard and YouTube, all of them, all three of them.
Why
Then
do they have to do this like this?
it's
It's
electricity, it's traffic,
there's traffic.
it's
It's like
network.
why like I get that we were learning. This is our first
Listen,
experience doing it together, but did we have to have a hard lesson?
that
Like
goes through the fire, so that the universe knows it's real. Through the fire, through
but
the
it's
fire.
through
But I'm
sweat and
glad. Like,
tears.
I don't think anyone really felt like, okay, guys, let's just leave it. Okay, it's not working. So I'm glad for the attitude.
Mm.
Yeah,
See,
she's back.
fine. Mm.
Guys, have you started?
Not yet. I'm waiting for the 15-minute mark.
Yeah. But you can
Oh,
say, what are you reading on PD?
How far are
oh,
you?
I'm gonna continue reading because I really want to finish this.
Hmm.
Because it's 380, I'm on 235, so 100, just under 100.
Yeah.
Yeah. So this will be
Jesus.
me. Should I keep on going on and off? It's just a hotspot. Don't
Yeah.
stress. I'm still here.
Yeah. Okay. We appreciate you.
Thank you, Omp.
Which part are you, how many pages are you in now with this book?
Me?
Umpile.
Okay, I was about to say, don't embarrass me.
270.
Now, Umpile, we're gonna see if
275.
you
275
getting
or
blamed.
380.
Now we're gonna see whether Umpile being blamed was really Umpile's fault.
It is not wrong.
So if it was,
Now the truth will come out. Was it Ompile?
was it really Umpile or was it Vuvu
Yeah, like I
herself?
feel like before we prove this theory, I just want to put it out there that I also did say that I was very groggy and my reading was slow, but Ompile didn't help. I could have gotten in like 5 more words than I did, and she was just not letting me win. So I'm just
I
putting
love
it out there. We
I
shall
love how
see.
her video just posed with her wine glass. No
And she
air.
was and now she's on some. Yes, she's got screen grabbable moments. I love it. I love
Mm. Semi said we did a good. Thank you, Semi. Thank you
Oh,
for your
thank you so
support,
much.
being here with us.
Yes,
And it's actually time for us to start sprinting. So I'm going to
yes, do it.
add our timer. This one. Okay, I'm gonna do it for 45 minutes. And then we can start.
Thanks.
Hi. Is everybody still awake?
Yes.
How did how
Yes.
did y'all do? I read 32 pages.
The light of it.
I'm almost there.
Yeah, you don't know you're finishing. This sprint is your sprint, child. You're finishing. If you don't finish, I'll be shocked.
I'm finishing this book. I've got like I've got 30. No, actually I'm gonna finish in the next sprint because I've got 32 pages. And yeah, there's been like a few twists and I was just like being shocked, just sitting here like getting shocked at
You know, I think that you are the most colorful in terms of, or maybe whenever I look up, right, I see you reacting.
just
So I
immediately.
know I'm a chuckler. I like to laugh. Like when if I'm reading and it's funny, I like to laugh. And if I get to a scandalous, I do a little bit of a, But I'm like, you're worse than me. Like I saw you doing something at the very start of the sprint, and I'm like,
Yeah,
Charity, is
it's
it
just
it?
when you're just shocked, when you're just like you have to hold your breath, like what, where's the next page? You're just trying to get to the next scene because there's so much manipulation and conniving happening here. And on paper, they show you these alliances, but then in the background, there's other alliances happening. And you're busy concentrating here, Gandhi. People are busy on this side. So,
And you know what?
yeah,
I also think that with the story you described is also that what's coming across with what you're saying is also that whole being given so much power, because it's power to be able to enter spaces that you wouldn't otherwise be able to enter, like people's minds, etc.
yeah.
So I suppose it's also questioning what you would do if you had that much power. I know I'd probably never work for anyone ever. Everybody would
And
just be giving me money.
in their instance, it's like, what would you do? So basically, they kept them there for a year, growing their power, teaching them, harnessing it, making them crave it more, and then basically get to a point of what would you do to keep this power? Because now you've had a taste.
Okay. Okay.
What are you willing to do to actually keep this power and keep becoming more powerful than you are now? Because you know that you just got a little taste.
Yeah.
Like even
Yeah.
their libraries, like there's still certain text that's not available to them because they're not members yet. They're still fighting to become members. So it's like, what are you willing to do to
And
actually
in the
get
in
the
the actual I don't know what to call it. Let's say it's a club. Is that an actual hierarchy? Like
they
who's making them fight for these things? Who's in charge?
so there's a caretaker. So there's literally two people who are kind of like in charge. There's a caretaker and then there's somebody else who's intellect as well. So this secret society, they choose 6 people every 10 years with the
Okay.
most extraordinary powers to come and join, and they must basically spend the year like proving themselves and all that. So and then afterwards they get whatever power they get, they can decide to leave and do whatever they want to do in the world, but they never allowed to talk about this society. They can be members of it, but you're not allowed to speak about it. So the one person decided to stay and not leave. So he's been teaching them whatever he needed to teach them. So like in each section they'll have if like they will teach about all magical aspects. So they'll teach about physics that will be more helpful to the people whose magics are more into physics, and then they'll teach them about mind control and things like that, telepathy. So they get to different like varieties of their magics, but there's literally just 2 people, the caretaker and the other guy, and then just the 6 candidates.
Okay.
But at the
And
end
does
there
it
must
delve
be
into
5
the individual
candidates.
stories, does it? Like of the 6 people who are there?
Sorry, what is the question?
Does it delve into the individual stories or point of views of the different people that are
It does.
participating?
Like every single let me call it a chapter because there's actually no chapter numbers. You are looking at a different person's perspective. So there'll be one scenario that's happening, and
Mm-hmm.
then you jump between different people's perspectives of what they
Yeah.
saw in there, what they perceived, what their experiences were, what they're feeling afterwards. But you're hearing it from different people the whole time. So we are reading from six different perspectives in the book.
And are you listening through script?
I'm listening on Libro FM, but I
Okay.
remember Samantha said that it's on script as well. Let me just check.
I think I'm gonna try it out. It sounds very interesting. I think I will
It
sample the
is.
audio to see if I would. Yeah. Yeah.
Wow. Just
Find
trust
out
me to
more.
go on script and search script.
Of course. Yeah. Yeah.
So I don't know who that helps. Yeah, it's there. It's on script.
Mm,
Um, yeah, it is on script. Yeah, you see, there's
okay.
like narrated by Andy Ingalls, Caitlin Kelly, Damien Lynch, and five others. There's like different
Okay. Okay.
voices.
Because there's seven main characters,
There's
right?
seven
Okay.
people basically. Yeah.
Sometimes I like
No,
that. For me,
actually,
it helps
actually,
for me to give character right in my head. But okay.
yeah. There's actually essentially eight people because one of them has a boyfriend, and then we hear the boyfriend talking as well in the background. So, like when the boyfriend is talking, they don't talk, even though it's Libby's chapter to speak. The boyfriend doesn't speak with Libby's voice.
Okay.
He
Okay.
speaks
Okay.
with his
Okay.
own voice. Yeah. So I would
Okay.
understand when they say one. Yeah, there's eight. There's eight narrators basically, but
That's
it's
nice.
good. It's really good. It was one of my anticipated releases for this year, and I'm so glad
No,
that
no,
I'm
no. You
enjoying
sold
it.
it to me. I feel like the past 12 hours. I feel like listen. I also want this with black cake as well. I'm like I'm also wanting.
Mm,
You know. I want.
actually,
Okay.
I'm itching for black cake
Yeah.
because I think I'm gonna finish this bit in the next sprint, and
Okay.
then I'm gonna go get my copy of black cake for the rest of the sprints.
Okay. Okay.
How
That's
did you
nice.
do?
I think I did well compared to if this is gonna be my rate for this evening. I could get to at least like the 100-page mark, even though I feel
Okay.
like there was a bit of interruption with my first sprint, but that's
Mm,
mellowed down now, so I can definitely focus. I have been introduced to the love interest in the story, Shane, and so
mm,
far he's not your typical guy that you would understand why anybody would fall for. He sounds very flawed, but in his flawed
mm,
ways, there's like that spark of goodness that when people are ragged and they know that they're flawed, that they really don't care about life, but they still can't help being good to some extent.
good.
So that's
Mm,
very so I like that there is that little bit of a an indication as to why Evie would probably consider a person of that nature.
mm,
So I'm past her dysfunctional relationship with her mom. I'm now entering into so we've met her daughter. We've
mm.
met her mom. Now we're meeting the love interest, and I think all of them are quite telling of our main character and how she sees things, etc. So we shall
Okay.
see. I've just been introduced to the love interest, so we shall see how it goes. But like I said, I'm really there for how did you guys do first 7 days? Like
Mm,
I'm ready. I understand laying out the groundwork, but take me back to the
mm.
first. I feel like I wish it was one of those. This happened in the past. This is where we are. But I feel like
Yeah.
they are telling a lot of the story from the present point.
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
so they
So
haven't. So do you at this point know which day of the 7 days you are at?
I think they give like two or so chapters per day. So now I want to say I am on. So there was a prologue, right? That's what I thought I was on Sunday. So I've done Sunday now. I am on Monday now. So there's a prologue Sunday, then there's Monday. So
Okay.
I've just started Monday.
Right. Let me
Yeah.
see. I think we got some comments. Hi, Simole. Are you still reading Black Cake? Hello, Zibi. Hey guys, I was looking for live reading sprints to motivate me to read and chanced upon yours. What are you, or what book are you talking about, Charity? It sounds interesting. I'm talking about The Atlas 6, and this is by Olivia Blake. It's a brand new release. I guess it was initially released last year, independently by the author, and Tor is a Tor. Tor picked it up and it got released last month again. So it's pretty good. I'm almost done. I'm almost done with the book. I've got like just under 40 pages to go. It's a dark academia book. And yeah, the magic system is very intricate and they explain a lot of it. But yeah, it's really good. I'm really enjoying it. You are welcome. What book are you reading?
Listen, right off the bat, she's on some. I know for sure this is going onto my TBR. Meanwhile, I was there for like 12 hours listening to all this
Watching.
incredible feedback, and then I had to be like, you know what? Okay, fine. I can't resist anymore. I'll take it. Okay, I want to read this book.
Watching me freak out over the
Yeah,
things. Hey.
yeah.
And I think a big, also because we have two characters whose magic revolves around, I guess, mind control and telepathy and all that. Sometimes when it's like their chapters that you're reading, you are also questioning whether things are real or not. And sometimes you don't know until the end whether they're real or not. So you
And
just like
also when
waiting in
they speak in
anticipation.
like unreliable narrator
It's
type of vibes, ne?
Yeah,
not
Charity, it's like a book that we read together.
The Wives.
Remember that book?
Oh, it's yeah, The
Wives.
Wives. Oh my gosh. The Wives was not and the whole
I,
time, like
I,
all the way like halfway into the book, I had no idea if we were following an unreliable narrator. I thought, okay, this woman just wants to
yeah,
know the other wives until things went south.
until the very last, like,
I'm still confused. I don't know if what I read was really what I read or not. Like
maybe if we
the
read,
narrator.
if we check the
I love that about
hashtag
unreliable for the
for
narrator.
the author,
Uh, oh, what was the
or if,
author's name?
yeah, maybe if we read the reviews.
I must read the reviews because
But
at
I
the
think
end
the
of it,
point
oh,
of that technique also is to leave you thinking, could it be really? Is it, no,
or
it couldn't, but
not.
it could, but maybe not, So I think what an author that uses it quite well leaves you feeling like that.
I've been feeling like that.
Yeah,
Even every time I think about that book, I still don't know what was real because also the husband was a liar. So could we really trust him
yeah,
when he's saying that
because he was
actually,
lying
guys,
to all of
this
them.
woman is crazy? I don't know if I can trust him, and I don't know if I can trust the crazy woman either. So, and I didn't trust myself because I didn't know what was going on.
Yeah,
So it was like
it
it was
left me
very
very
interesting.
confused as well. Even as a reader,
But I
you
was
end up asking yourself, were you actually making sense of the entire book?
yes,
Because
I like a part of me actually feels like maybe I should go reread and then go and scrutinize all these things. You know, sometimes like authors gives you hints throughout the book
yeah,
and then you overlook them, but they give you hints. My first question is
But I
like,
feel
why
like
are
they
you
set
no,
you up
why
also, though. They set you up
because
to overlook it, whether or
they
not they
set you up
build
to
the
overlook
character
it.
in your head until they confuse you. They set you up to overlook it. Yeah,
I know they confuse us because the
that's
first
fun,
I think
though.
for the first chapter I read and I realized I'm like, wait, what's the name of the main character? Because I'm like, I don't remember them saying what the main character's name is. And to find out her name was Thursday, but now I'm questioning that also. Is your name
Thursday.
really Thursday? I don't know if your name is really Thursday. And then they called the other wives, like it was
Yeah,
confusing
yeah.
because they referred to the other wives as Monday and Tuesday. So you
Monday,
thought,
Tuesday.
yeah. So the wives were Monday,
So
Tuesday,
you never
Thursday.
know
So you
who's the
didn't
other
know.
wife.
Monday, Tuesday, Thursday. So there's no Wednesday.
There's no, where was he?
No,
Wednesday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday.
there was no Wednesday. So when this lady is literally in the hospital, then you find out that her name is actually Thursday. And
Thursday.
you're like,
That's the only
okay,
time we
but
found
what
out.
if, yeah, and then once she's out or something of that sort, she goes to the same house that where the Tuesday lady was, and it's a brand new, and it turns out it's her house.
Yeah.
Okay, wait. Are you guys saying that all along, before you find out that the person in hospital is Thursday, that the narrator is kind of anonymous to you? It could be any of the wives. Ooh,
No,
that sounds interesting though.
no,
No?
the main narrator was always Thursday. We were always getting the story from Thursday's perspective, but
you didn't know it was
we were not
Thursday.
sure that her real name was Thursday because they referred to the other wives as Monday and Tuesday. So we just thought it was like
Tuesday.
again because
So
he
we
saw
didn't
the
know
first wife
where
on
does she
Monday.
fall in.
Yes, only to find out that her actual name is Thursday. But everything else,
that also was messing with your head.
And the
guys.
house,
I know she was.
and the house that she was
the
going
older-
to go see Tuesday ended up being, it was
The
just
house that
crazy. It was just mad.
prison.
It was her house.
It
And
was
the
her
husband was so
house.
calm with the doctor. And he was like, no, but this is your house. And like, she ended up looking like the crazy one.
The narrator is absolutely divine though.
It was like it was so messed up, but it was good. I couldn't stop listening.
And maybe by the time you
I
close the
couldn't
book, you're
stop.
like, the hell did I just read? Like, what the hell
What
is
the hell
this?
did I read?
Yeah.
What the hell did I read?
Charity and I were both like that. We were like, the F? What just happened?
What's going on?
I love that. I love it.
I'm like after reading that, and I'm like, yo, no, Umpila, you must read this. I cannot be crazy alone. Like, just tell me.
Tell me if I'm right or if I'm wrong, or if there's no right or wrong. What's going on?
I still don't know. As I sit here, I still don't know.
Yeah, that's good. I like that.
Like,
I like that.
and also because the whole time you think she's fine up until she ends up in a mental hospital, and then you find out, oh, it's not the first time. Like, how? When did this?
But
When did this mental issue start?
The undeniable they always have something that is not okay. Somewhere, somehow, there's a mental. You're like, hey. Eventually,
But
did you actually make this up? Did you make this up, you narrator? Is this really true, or is it going on here?
Or is it because there's other books where like the how what is the other one? The woman in the window.
From the house on the opposite street of the continent across the bay.
Yes, from across the road. Like from the beginning,
that title is super long.
You know that you're gonna get from the beginning. You know that you're gonna get a narrator that's not reliable because she's drinking wine.
Yeah. She's
unstable.
Yeah.
Yes, Thursday there was nothing. There was nothing.
Thursday there was nothing. She was stable. She was going to work.
She was stable.
She was
a good wife.
She literally was taking care of herself. She would appear at work every day. She had she wasn't talking to the colleagues much. She was keeping to herself, and she knew who not to trust at work and who not to like reveal this life that she was leading with this man.
But the thing is,
her man.
For me, I feel like
she was
with the mental switch. With the mental switch, it takes just the smallest thing. For example, I don't know if you've read House of Stone by Novuyo Rosa Chuma, the Zimbabwean author, right? Her main character there is Zamani. That's the narrator as well, and he's an unreliable narrator. But when they build up that story, you really want to trust him, right? He sounds like a legit guy at the very beginning, right? And then you start to see, okay, fine, his character is sketchy, but you don't think that there's something wrong mentally, ne? And then the more the story goes, you're like,
like, what's going
you don't even know if anything was true to start with. You like, I really don't know. And the narrator, the more you feel like, are you actually telling the truth? Like, you now are the problem. Now I don't mind who are the issue, you know? So I think
House
that,
of
yeah.
Stone. Did you say House of Stone?
Is my
House of
internet acting
Stone.
up, by the way?
It just froze
Oh
a
yeah,
little bit, but then it's back.
yeah. It shows a little bit. Oh, okay.
House
It's the
of
black
Stone.
and
I'm looking for it.
orange book, right?
Oh yeah, I remember the cover was. I haven't read it.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think I kind of like those stories though with the unreliable narratives. I kind of like my brain to be a little messed up when I'm reading a book.
Yeah.
Oh, that's the one.
You have
Yes.
this
Okay.
version. I have the black one.
But is it a
Oh, okay.
good book?
Um,
It is a good
Bubu,
book.
you
And you
asked.
know what I always say
Yeah,
about debut, so it is a debut.
Mm.
yeah. You asked about the
The author.
author's name.
Mm.
The wife's Taryn Fisher.
Fisher. Yeah. Like, and
Mhm.
after reading The Wives, I found another book from her, The Wrong Family. And I also started, but I think I wasn't concentrating. But Leona, like, after one chapter, I felt like, you're taking me back. It's gonna be the same problem that we had. So I'm like, am I ready for this?
But it's
Am I ready to be
okay.
confused?
Sometimes you watch that drama, no?
Oh, but I'm gonna go back to it because I saved it. I saved it. I don't even know what the synopsis is. I don't care. I'll see it when I get there. I think we have
Yeah.
let's see,
Yeah.
we have a couple of people that joined
Yeah.
us. Zibi's reading The Providence of Fire by Brian Stavely. Almost 50% in.
Okay,
It's
ladies,
a
can you
second book
tell
in a
me, is my
series.
internet acting up? I keep losing you guys.
Your voice is here, but your video just freezes a little bit.
Yeah.
Okay, I think I'm gonna exit and come back if I can. I don't know.
The
Okay.
Providence of Fire.
The
Almost
Chronicles
50%.
of
It's the second.
Unhewn Throne. That sounds like a fantasy. I've never heard of it. I'm just gonna quickly check this on Goodreads. Providence
Hey,
of Fire.
Emery Empowered. How you doing?
Oh, Emery is here.
Thanks for
Hi,
joining us.
Emery. Emery is always here. Hey, giving
Is
support.
it?
She's always here.
Hi.
She started
Oh gosh, we are
joining
now.
my sprints like last year, and MRA is like a diligent supporter of my sprints. I see you, MRA. I see you.
Awesome. Oh, is Emery answering to the
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 wives.
sounds wild. It's about the wives.
I
Yo,
think
no, it's
about the
wild.
wives. No, it is wild.
And the ending is also as wild. Oh my
The ending
goodness.
is as well, and then you still question. You still question it.
Yo.
And like, why? Why also did she do that? Ay.
Let me say I'm nervous to read Black King.
But
It sounds emotional. No,
I don't think it's emotional.
beautiful.
I don't. It
It
didn't. It doesn't
is.
strike me as an emotional, like not an emotional way
It's
you want
reflective.
to cry. It's yeah, reflective. I think might be the right
It's
word.
reflective. Very reflective. For me as well, because like I said earlier on in the third sprint, as a parent, it makes you sure, like, what? You do a double take, like, whoa, the pressure that parents, even me as a daughter as well, like I constantly battle with pressures that I get from my father. And my mom will always be like, assuring me and such things. So this book it really pushes one to be very reflective. So I wouldn't say it's very emotional. For if I was doing the story graph review, I'd say maybe 20% emotional and 80% reflective, like, because all the characters really make you think. Even the men, like I said earlier as well, that there's things that men go through, more especially Black American, African American Black men. They go through a lot. I mean, Byron says on some of his takes, he says he's stopped maybe 3 or 4 times in a year by police, and sometimes he wishes he could just pick up the phone and call Benny. Bernadette knows how to keep him calm, or like she's never stopped. But they literally like twins, but he's a Black man, essentially, so obviously he will be
Living in
stopped and he
America.
will have that fear. Yeah, living in America, yeah. So you think a lot about everything, even the father as well, even how the book started. Throughout the book, you end up realizing what it means when he started the way he started the book. So sure, yeah, no, kudos to Charmaine Wilkerson.
We don't always like get a male's perspective when it comes to like family dynamics in books. Hey, like all the books that I've read, it's almost like we always get the information from the women's perspective. We don't always get from the man's side. And most of the time,
Yeah.
the men are villainized in these books because they just like these men are trash in this book.
Yeah. Even with
But we
my
don't get.
tabbing, we remember where I tabbed and I said, ugh, I was
There
just
was a
like,
green.
the men being men.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then I called myself towards myself and said, actually, it's good that I can see that, but sometimes there's orange parts where I see that the men, like Byron, really knew his mother. And in some instances, now that she's gone, he does things and he's like, oh, my mother would say this and this and this, and my mother would do this. And my mother would go and fix her hair. But now I'm going to a funeral and I canceled an appointment to cut my hair. But he knew his mother, like he had a very close relationship with his mother. So it's like, I like situations where an author paints men as well in that vulnerable state of experiencing loss and being being reflective about the person that they've lost. So yeah, these last chapters are really so good, so satisfying. So Sammy, you don't have to be nervous about Black Cake. It's good. It's good for the soul, man. It's like soul
I
food.
definitely can't wait to get into it as soon as I'm done. How many purple tabs do you have?
I ran out of purple tabs.
I was about to say. I was about to say she was here. She was so bleached. Oh my god! I'm using the last one.
For everybody for everybody who wasn't here yesterday when you explained the tabs, can you just tell us again what your purple tabs mean?
I have an old set that doesn't have purple. So, but these ones are the old ones. You know those old ones that were thin.
Yeah,
I don't
those
like those
paper-like ones. But I can see something that can pass as purple here.
So purple is for the quotes, for all the quotable moments, and then blue is like sad or reflective moments where a person is just going through the most. Like there's moments where Benny is going through, memories of her not being enough or feeling like she's not enough, even with Byron as well, because every character has moments. There's moments where I'm like, oh my gosh, they actually merging. They're going through the same thing. Like all of them, the entire family is literally going through the same thing within the different eras. And I'm like, oh, had they just talked, guys, communication. Had they just picked up the phone, had Benny just picked up the phone when her mom was leaving messages on her phone, um, instead of just listening to the messages afterwards, after the fact, like that 8-year gap wouldn't even have happened. I
Yeah.
promise you.
I guess it's that kind of like I've not really experienced it, but I have friends that experienced that kind of thing where it's like you have a little falling out and then you don't talk for a while
Mm-hmm.
and then something serious happens and then they feel like, sure, but I haven't spoken to this person for this long. Is it weird
Mm-hmm.
if I respond or send a message? And then you don't send it and then you postpone it. Next thing, it's 6 months later. Now you're like, yo, it's
Yo,
too late. I can't do it. You keep making excuses for it. Next thing you know, it's 10 years. And I'm like, in that
yo,
moment that you thought to
imagine.
pick up the phone, just do it, deal with it, move past it, or just call it quits and just, but don't dwell on it. Like either do something or just leave it alone.
Yeah. Or
Um,
yeah, or if you've done something wrong and you just apologize and the person just doesn't acknowledge you, and you
mm,
know in your heart of hearts that you've apologized and you've actually
you've done your part.
um tied a loose end, you are
Mm,
fine. Like something like that actually happened to me with friendships. That's why for me, women friendships, friend,
your voice just froze a bit.
I'm frozen. Well, you guys are
Yeah, but we
frozen. I
can
don't know
hear
who's
you.
frozen between us three.
My internet's been acting up, so I don't even know if it's me or it's you guys. I'm just here. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah. Oh no, but we could
I'm
still hear
frozen.
you. No, you unfreeze and then you come back.
Is it me?
Yeah, you frozen right now. And Maria is asking if anybody has read Midnight Rain by Kate
I
Eon.
think it's me. I'm not sure.
I
Is
think
it
it
is
is
it
the
me? Is
woman.
it all of us frozen?
I don't know. I think I'm fine.
I
Vuvu has
you
been fine for
frozen.
a while.
Charity's fine. Charity's
Yeah,
fine.
you
You
frozen.
frozen. Hi Emery. No, I have
I've
not
not read
read
that.
Midnight Run. Mm-mm.
The woman is a psychic and keeps having visions of her violent ex-husband lurking in her
Hey,
house. Yo,
hold on.
that's
It's wild.
creepy.
You know what? This is the kind of book that I want to just placate my taste or genres, right? I want that random thriller or horror or whatever that doesn't align with anything that I'm reading. And I think, yeah, this one is like a
You
will I
just want to
sleep
like
though? It's
dip your toes.
wild. But if you say it's wild, I know my mind. Will I sleep? That's the thing.
Ish.
That's what I need
Yeah.
to know. Yeah.
Like I'm fine with mysteries and light thrillers,
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
nothing like no horrors or slasher type
Yeah.
situations because I will
But for me, I
I
can
will
read
be
those
dreaming
during the
about them.
day. I can read those during the day. I mustn't. It mustn't be my evening. It's kind of like even watching stuff, right? I watch what I actually consume at night because my mind, guys,
It will
it will
keep
copy
it.
and paste. There in my sleep, it will do an exact copy and paste, and then yeah, it's over.
That's what happens. Um, we good. We good. Was
What
here to
are your
support.
other reading habits, Charity?
What do you mean by my reading habits?
So, for example, do you keep a reading journal? Do you do
Yeah,
anything else in terms of taking notes, etc.?
for me, I take notes in my reading journal. This is my brain
Okay.
dump for the month.
Okay.
Um, I think this year I'm like a bit better with my reading journal
Okay.
because I had to let go of trying to be so fancy, like the way the
Mhm,
fancy
mhm,
bourgeois are bourgeoising on
mhm,
YouTube.
That's so
showing their
important.
artistic skills.
Yeah.
I tried that last year, and like I'm not bad at drawing or doing that, but it takes time, and I don't have the time to make intricate drawings every single month. So
And the idea with that
literally,
is that I think it's meant to be therapeutic to an extent. So if you it gives you anxiety because it has to be done, then for me,
it
anything that
is.
feels like that, I can't. I'm like, no. If it's meant to give me calm and it's not giving me calm, then
Yeah,
nope.
because last year it gave me so much anxiety that I abandoned my reading journal altogether. But this year I'm actually using it. Like I've got my books read in 2022 that I'm filling up, and this is like a spread that I
Indeed,
did in the
that's
beginning of the year.
so. Mm,
So I did it once and I'm done. I've got my backlists. I've got my anticipated releases, my wish list, and then the reading challenges because I'm doing the feminist reading challenge, the something bookish reading challenge, and the ABC challenge. And then I just started my spreads. So my spreads always start with a calendar, and then I have like TBR book haul, and then I'll have my Bookstagram uploads on the side, YouTube uploads, and then in January I didn't have, but I would have my brain dump, especially for buddy reads. I like to remember key points in books that I'm reading, but if I'm reading a book for myself, I don't usually take notes. Whenever my time to review comes, I'll review what I remember. But for buddy reads, I take like notes for discussion points, and then I just have wrap up and stats for the month, and that's it. And I repeat this exact same format for every single month because I
Yours
don't
is
want this
way
to
more
be.
complex than mine, and I thought that I was making it a little bit more. How do I say it? Giving it a different feel from the previous 2 years. Because what I did in the past is that I would just
Okay, I
have
think
pages.
Vuvu and I are having the same issue with our connection.
Can you hear me, Cherry?
I can hear you.
Are you
Vuvu's
showing
all good.
everybody
Girl, do not fuck
your
me.
your
Vuvu's all good.
Why are you picking on me? Like I'm like,
Oh,
okay,
is
I'm
she
already
here?
thinking what's going on. So I'm saying, so previously
Yes.
I was for me, I feel like when you start bullet journaling, you do the complex things because you want to be part of it. But I feel like
Oh,
you
there she is.
graduate finding what works for you, right?
For
So
you,
I
I'm
did
yeah.
that for a while. I want to
guys.
say that I was just writing notes of what I understood from the books and whatever. I write notes on every book that I read because I've got a blog. I do tend to eventually review every book, and I know myself that sometimes when I've moved on from a book, I've literally moved on unless it really did
Yeah.
something to me. I've moved on, so I can't talk about it unless I refer back to my notes, right?
To
But
the
this year I
notes.
thought, okay, let's just zhuzh things up a bit. I'm enjoying it. I feel like it's more simple than yours though. So this is mine. So it's like your cover page, etc. These are my challenges. Yours are a lot. Mine are just simple. It's got to do with stuff on my shelf. So if there's a series I want to finish, if I want to finish a certain author's books that I own on my shelf, etc. And these are just my
Yeah.
keys, what my signs are on the notes when I'm talking about characters, plot, whatever. And then these are my stickies, right? And then I decided to do this because I think it's quite cute, like the book
It
whatever's
is.
for the book
It
that I've
is.
read.
I actually wanted to do that, and I was just like, I was lazy, and my printer ran out
Why
of
it does
ink, and
take
I'm like,
time. It takes a lot of
I need to buy
time.
ink
So I've left
to do
space for
that.
that. And then I have a page for my book club. So it's only 6 books a
Oh,
year. So I'll
nice.
put that there, then I'm gonna rate it. And then I've got like a page for the books that I get from publishers. So I'm
Yeah.
requesting less this year, like I said. So I've got page for various things. Then I've just got like I'm not a creative. I don't know how to draw. So I've just got plain
But it
things
still
for when
looks
the
pretty.
month
Yeah.
starts. Yeah, and then I just do like I put another picture of the book, and then I just do like a maybe what you would call a brain dump. I just talk about how, and it's less intricate than what I was doing in the past. Because in the past I would hold my journal as I'm reading, but now I wait to
And
finish
then
the
do
book
it.
and then I write.
Oh,
However,
and
I
write
use
it.
my phone as well. I use my phone as well as I'm reading, right? Too. So when even on the sprints, if you see me fiddling, yes, I might be responding to messages, but I'm actually on my notes tab,
Taking
just
notes.
writing pointers of what it is that's coming up in the book as I'm reading it.
So you're actually a big writer, because I'm not really a writer. I'm like a list. I'm a lister. I'm a bullet point. Like if you could see my brain dump, it's like House of Sky and Breath. And then I write main characters, Hunt and Bryce. And then I will write magical abilities. Like that's I do lists. I can't do paragraphs upon like. But if I have to write a sentence, it will be because I'm actually writing down a quote that I want to use in a review. But I can, you are just there, right?
Yeah, but that's also like a professional. So I've learned that a lot because I've got a journalism background. So writing is just something that comes for me to process. I must write.
Okay, understood.
So, yeah.
Are you guys talking about because I've been going in and out, but I caught the gist of you talking about, you were showing Charity, you were showing everybody your journal at some point, and then you're talking about how you make notes about your, because I've got a reading journal this year, and it's empty still, but the part that I like the most is the stickers. The stickers at the front of the journal. So the stickers are going to end up.
I saw that somewhere.
Yeah, and it's so small. You're going to end up using at the back of the book of the journal. There's where you do reviews, and then you can use your stickers from the front and say, okay, my book, the first book I'm using is whatever, and I'm going to put this up. I just put 2 stickers from the front now for Mr. Loverman. Oh, guys, I loved Mr. Loverman. It was, and Crying in H-Mart. So I'm only going to put books that were not 5-star, but yeah, like I really want to give like time to my 5-star reads. The books that really popped up. So yeah, it's got doodles, it's got anticipated releases, and I've already filled them in. Some of them I've filled in, and there's parts where you can actually fill in the bookshelf.
The bookshelves. I love the bookshelf spread. Yeah, that's like my favorite. Like if I have to spend time drawing on my bullet journal, that is going to be the spread that I spend hours doing.
Yeah. And there's reading
goals. Really nice.
Yeah.
It's really nice.
And I like that I actually use these kind of pens for it because it needs like normal, not the gel ones.
Okay.
So I got these normal ones, but in color.
And the papers the pages are thick enough; it doesn't bleed through.
It looks glossy. Is it glossy?
Is it glossy?
It's not glossy. I know the kind of, it's like you can actually write, right? Because these kind of pens also can write on some pages. These ones.
Okay.
But I have to on what? Okay, there's a reading challenge. You know that 12 for 12 books in 12 months.
Yeah.
I just need pictures here. And and then there's a reading list, and it continues. So there's like 3 pages of the reading list, and then there's a doodle. The doodle
that's
space,
pretty.
and then there's book of the year, where you're gonna write your book of the month, Jan to December, and then you're gonna round it up. Yeah.
I still
so
have
they
to do
really
that,
thought of everything, and then there's bookish bingo. I don't know how that works, but I'm not a bingo person.
Weren't you doing bingo on your channel at some point? No, it wasn't bingo.
No, I never did a bookish bingo. I was doing TB Avatar. So TB Avatar is a TBR game that another booktuber created. That was like, it's the most amazing thing I've ever, like she does amazing things. Like she actually invests in the things that she does. That game has cards that I'm still figuring out where and how to print. It has cards, it has a game board, like it's a whole thing that she created. There's like different prompts that if you land on this, there's a whole document that she wrote on what everything means. So I want to go back to actually playing TB Avatar next month, because I've just been picking books at random for the past 3 months. But yeah, that's
I
the
think
game.
that's important.
Mm. Let's see what
Because I have
everybody's.
a few challenges that I want to go through,
Mm.
and I'm struggling to choose the books to read. So maybe I should have like a jar, and I write down the names, and I just pick, and I'm stuck with that book because I
And you
can't
must.
choose.
Mm.
Yeah, I'm such
And I
a
feel
media
like
reader.
once I've recorded my TBR and I load it up on YouTube, like even though you want to change it, something in you is like, it's almost like you've promised people, but you didn't promise anyone because it's for you. But it's like everybody knows I'm supposed to be reading this, and here I am picking for something
Yeah.
else. But yeah. Oh, MRA is like, that book is really good. Highly recommend. Read it in one day. Um, Hi, Inky Isaac. Glad to be on South African live stream. Yay, we are trying. This is actually our first time we are doing, well, it's our fourth live stream in the last 2 days because we're running this for like 16 hours. But it's the first month that we are doing this, and the idea is to do this once a month. But yeah, we excited. I'm glad that you joined. You've just read the Broken Earth trilogy by N.K. Jemisin. I need to read. I've got book one, and people really love the series. And yeah, this is probably the 20th book I'm saying I must add to my TBR for April.
Ads,
After I
girl. We've
just
got
did,
all our lives.
there's a long line. Zibi says that's a pretty spread. I'm gonna make assumptions as for everybody has pretty spreads.
Yeah. We just need to learn how to make a balance between the reading and literally making time for the journals, because this one
But
has everything there.
already there,
You
so
just
you
have
don't
to
have
make
to
time
like
and
work too hard. Maybe
But the
like
trick
if
is,
you listen
Yeah.
for me,
to an audiobook, maybe while you
Yeah.
listen to an audiobook, you can actually start filling out some of the stuff.
I was about to say the trick is to do it as soon, for me though. Like what I found, as soon as you're done, just log the
Do it.
information, because the thing is, if you are on a reading high and they keep piling up, when you have now 4 books to account for, in a sense, it really takes the fun out of it. But if you do it as soon as you're done,
Yeah. You're actually right. Because I don't know if you can see, for March, I read Crying in H Mart. And I wrote, while I was reading Black Cake, when I started reading Black Cake, I started filling in. And then here, there's total books and total pages. And then favorite quotes are here. So I already started filling in the favorite quotes from Crying in H Mart. But that book, oh my goodness, I need the physical copy so that I can
It's
do
that good.
these purple tabs, because there's quotables on quotables on quotables on Crying in H Mart. And
You need to stock up on those purple
like,
tabs then.
listen, she actually
yeah,
needs to find, to be quite honest, okay, Ompile, you just need to find a whole set where every color is purple, and maybe times
Yeah.
it by 5,
yes,
and just keep your stock, because clearly that's your favorite, right? Purple is the
Mm.
one that comes out every single
like
time. Yeah, we've
the
seen you.
color
We've seen
purple,
you.
guys. The color purple rocks. The color purple rocks. Even here at the back, so at the back of each review, there is then you do a whole March review where you say all the books that you read this month. So I
So a wrap
haven't filled in the audiobooks. Yeah, and then you have to write in your thoughts. So I've already written my thoughts on Land of Big Numbers. I listened to a book called Land of Big Numbers, and as well as Crying in H Mart. And Land of Big Numbers for me was like, wow. Short stories, but also very quick. I wouldn't actually necessarily buy the book. So like Charity, or was it Charity or Nontley, who said earlier in the sprints that she sometimes the books that are hard to find, like I haven't seen Land of Big Numbers anyway in our stores. So, like it's there. I listened to it. I saw it on Ntabi and her books, at Ntabi and her books on Instagram. She was listening to it while she was walking her dog, and she lives in London. So I was like, oh, I want to experience that. So I just ended up finding it on Scribd, and I was like, oh, okay, let me listen to it. And it turned out to be quite enjoyable. Also very fast paced. So I was like, yeah. So I like this. I'm learning how to. Maybe I'll end up doing the dotted journaling as I go, maybe in the next coming years. But this for me, for the lazy girl, this spread
Can you
is the one.
share the link of where you bought this specific one just in the comments for whoever is interested and doesn't want to
Yeah,
spend
sure.
the hours and days and the strength to draw everything from scratch? I think that might be appreciated.
Definitely.
Yeah.
I like that people are having
Cool.
their own conversations in the
Yes,
chats here.
I like that also.
Right?
I like that.
Zibi says they'll be starting Broken Earth trilogy this year. I'm excited. I'm also reading it soon. I'm reading it. I've got the first book. I need to get the other two.
Do you see?
She's
Me
making
and
me
Zibi
laugh because she
laughing.
just said, I keep adding to the TBR.
How many books have I talked about in all these sprints? I'm like, I'm
Yeah,
reading this one.
listen, we're all adding, okay? Thank you, very pleased. Yeah.
Her writing is phenomenal. I'm such a fan of her world building and character work. Like I hear this a lot. This like N.K. Jemisin is one of those authors that I don't hear people talking bad of.
Yeah.
So like it
Same.
makes me excited to want to read their books. You guys are making me want to start a reading journal. Do it. Do it. It doesn't have to be complicated. No, and now people are
as
like
simple as you
selling.
want it to be.
Yeah, it just needs to speak to you. People are now selling reading journals that are already filled, have the experience. You just need to fill it up, which makes it even easier and better.
This one, it was just an artist who contacted the publisher and said, I have a reading journal ready, and the publisher was like, oh, okay, let's just give it a try, And remember when I was getting tips from you, Charity, I was actually forwarding the tips that you were, because you journal a lot. So I was forwarding everything to the publisher. And so she was like, okay, I'm making note of all the suggestions and everything else about this one. And then she will keep on refining whatever is to come. So yeah.
Looking forward to it.
I really think that for me, a lazy person, because journaling, guys, even like personal journaling is a problem for me. Even for therapy, I needed to do journaling and reflecting on my sessions. But I was just like, ain't happening.
It takes
And I need it.
Sometimes you must just be realistic. I read Jemison's short story Emergency Skin and fell in love with it, so I'm keen to read more. I haven't actually heard of Emergency Skin, but the title sounds quite interesting.
I've read nothing from her though. Like you're saying though, she is one of those authors I'm interested in. I haven't read anything by her.
Like it's so good. Good luck with it.
Okay, I'm gonna put the journal in our chat, and then Charity, you will put it in the.
Oh yes, okay. So
in our chat.
Let me see.
Yeah, I don't know if they do shipping. I don't know the whole shipping thing, but yeah, at least it's there. I can't believe you still look for it.
I've just shared the link now, so anybody who's interested can follow the link to the What Now publishers and get the journal. Oh, you're talking about book roast. Will you be doing magical? I'm doing a magical readathon for sure. I started doing it last year, but now I'm like, I need to actually go back to the prompts and see if I'm meeting my character prompts for the April Aurelium readathon. So I'm really excited. Like, for those who don't know, Book Roast. So this lady called G. She's the one who created the TB Avatar game, and she also created a readathon called the Magical Readathon, where there's prompts to read books. Obviously, it's magical because she's more into fantasy, but out of that magical readathon, she created a whole, like, it's basically like she wrote a book because she created a whole storyline of this game. And last year, you had to read certain books to reach certain prompts to get you from I'm here, I'm beginning, and I need to reach this point to move on to the next part of the story or next level. And the idea is to get to this Aurelium. Was it a university that we're trying to get to? So that was the first step. The second step is the readathon that's happening in April, where we are building our characters. So you can choose. There's a number of characters. Is like what does she have? Does she have Fae? She has witches, I think earthlings. She has she has a bunch of stuff. I forgot now, but there's like she created a whole thing. There's documents, there's a backstory, there's explanations,
Listen,
there's
there's a
boards,
syllabus.
there's a syllabus. Like it's a
I'm
proper
looking
thing.
at
But
the Twitter profile, Magical Readathon Aurelium, and I'm like,
Aurelium,
the whole syllabus.
she's all over
Yeah,
YouTube as well. I need to catch up because I need to actually see because I haven't been checking if I'm getting to my prompts, but I've probably reached my prompts without knowing. I need to see that I've reached my prompts to be at the next level so I can be a student. I'm now reaching student level. You had to pick a character. You have to, because I think I chose to be an earthling and my magic powers had to do with earth. So like it's really cool. It's like you're creating a whole game for yourself, and every year, or because we're doing readathons twice a year, in April and I think it was October, if I'm not mistaken, August or October. And every year you're just leveling up in this game, getting to the next step and the next step, and you never know what the next step is until we she tells us, okay, guys, we are now here. So she's like really like she deserves to be paid for
I'm
what
so
she's doing.
interested. Like I'm thinking, how much time does she spend trying to figure out the mechanisms of that? Like, yeah, no,
Yeah.
it's so great.
And the because even the if you're searching now Aurelium, you can see she created a whole map. There's a whole map. You know how in fantasy books you get a map of the area? They created, her and her partner helped create a whole map of what Aurelium looks like. And I'm like, these people are serious. These people are serious, and she's doing
listen.
this for the love of it. Like she doesn't charge anybody. She does everything. She shares it. Even the my way of reviewing books is using the Cawpile method, which is something she created. So Cawpile, it's CAWPILE, stands for C is for characters. So you look at the characters. A is for atmosphere. W is the writing style. P is the plot. I is intrigue. L is the logic, and E is enjoyment. And she has a whole spreadsheet that I'm using now for my reviews and how I rate books. A whole spreadsheet where you list the book and the author, the genre, what you felt about it, who the author is. There's graphs where you can like track your reading. Like she does so much
And
work.
the thing is, I think what she's latched onto there is that that kind of stuff is so gratifying, especially if you're doing it for something that you like. You know, it's so gratifying
Yeah.
at the end, even to watch your spreadsheet on your own, just adore it and look at it. You're probably thinking, "Look at this, man! It all makes
Mhm.
sense." So
Let
yeah,
me see if I can. Let me just because I actually have my core pile open. Let me see if I can. Can I
Oh,
make
and
this?
Zibby says she's amazing.
Oh
Awesome.
no, she's
I
definitely
see on
amazing.
the Twitter feed.
Like yeah, because she's on Twitter, she's on Instagram. I don't know how much she posts on Instagram, but I mostly follow her on YouTube. So she's on YouTube, and she does a lot. I want to share a screen. Where's my thing? And just give you an idea of what this co-pile business looks like. Because actually, I was busy updating books that I've read. So it's, I don't know if you guys can see this, but it's a literal spreadsheet. And there's a title of the
Mm-hmm.
books that I'm reading,
Yeah.
and for whatever month you're reading it. And then you just put in all the information, author, publisher, so you can see which publishers you're reading mostly from, format in which you're
Mm-hmm.
reading, pages read, hours listened to, book format, genre, subgenres, age categories, year published, whether it's owned or borrowed, whether it's a standalone or series. Is it a first book, continuous series, last book in the series? And this is the rating. This is the rating style that gets you. So this is what spells out
Mm.
core pile. And at the end of the day, it gives you a rating. And here it is. At the back here, there's just additional information if you want to fill it up. So I took the more advanced core pile, but there's an easier one with less columns that you can look at. And here are the graphs,
Yeah.
like this graphs of books read per month. You can see January I read 8 books, February was 6, in March I'm already at 5. There's like graphs on graphs, language read in, book lengths,
Wow.
genres,
Wow. Wow.
like books per publisher, star
No,
ratings, half
guys.
ratings, publication years, age,
This is
LGBT
serious
plus rep.
business.
Like, this is serious business. It's serious business. Number of authors, number of books per author, and then there's even a cheat sheet to tell you how to use this. What is it? The sheet. So no, she's really amazing. ZB is right. She's really, really amazing.
Wow.
But yeah, sure. I think we've probably spoken
Okay.
for the last hour. Maybe we should sprint.
Actually, we spoke. Yeah, let's sprint because it's now what 2 o'clock. 2 hours in.
Yeah,
We could do like the next 45, and then
yeah. I'm
we should
gonna
be going on to our third hour.
yeah, I'm gonna set up the next 45 minutes for sprinting. And happy reading, everybody.
Awesome. Wow.
How did everybody do?
I'm fading here. You guys are gonna see me passing out on this couch now in a minute.
Are you passing out on the couch?
Listen, child, and it's like calling my name. But funny enough, I do want to say I have done the exact same number of pages that I did in the afternoon. So this is a response. So I think
Mm,
if I can avoid passing out, I can push it a little bit more.
okay.
Yeah.
I'm like,
Um,
I'm on page 300 and I literally have 7 pages left. And the
Ooh.
plot twist. Yo,
Seriously, this listen,
yo.
be hanging after this book because when's book two coming out? Hmm?
I don't know. When is it coming out?
I
Baba
was gonna
Ryan.
ask. I was gonna ask about book two.
Hey, let me see if there's even a date. Yo.
2024.
Okay, so for me, I have just finished a very, oh my gosh, I even had tears in my eyes. Like siblings, guys, siblings, ne?
Yeah.
I'm really relating to this book so much. I think maybe on a more personal note. Of course, both our parents are still alive, right? But
Yeah.
it's like them reconnecting prior
Mm,
to the mom's funeral, and Benny explaining what happened to cause her to leave, and now he's now on the like he actually understands now he knows what happened to her to cause her
mm,
to drop out of varsity, I mean, she was like a promising student, and she was that daughter, like an exemplary child,
mm,
and all of a sudden she just dropped out, and the parents couldn't understand. The brother was just like, what's going on? Like, no one understood her, and no one was willing to understand her, basically. And now um she he understands why she stayed away for all those years,
yeah.
like including loss as well. um there's a part where I underlined where she says, I should have known better. It was never about me, not really. I did know better. But when you're in the middle of something, you don't see it that way, you know?
Mm,
And to to literally everything, to the mother going through what all the struggles that she went through growing up, um, the father as well. He was going through things as well as a father and as a husband, which caused the wife back then to leave and leave Mrs. Benedict with the father. Like, so there's layers upon layers to this sentence because it applies
mm,
to the great granddaughter or the granddaughter, and it still, for me, it still
it's
relates
it's
to,
still being applied generationally.
yeah, you don't see what's obvious to other people when you're going
Mm,
through things. That's what
yeah.
Benny is saying to Byron. And it also speaks to women staying in situations that they're not supposed to stay in, right? You stay, and people are looking and they're like, you should have left, you should have done this, you should have walked away. But I don't see what you see,
What's
you know? Your view of what I'm going through is totally different to what I'm seeing when I'm
yeah.
within the situation.
Mm,
Wow, wow, wow. Like this chapter,
And you do
and
your
I like
best in
how,
whatever situation you find yourself.
yes,
mm,
exactly. And you do your best, And I like how every chapter, the naming of the chapters are so apt, like apt. Like, yeah. And this one is just Benny and Steve. And you know already that it's Benny explaining everything to Byron, but she's explaining what would have happened with Steve. And it'll get you to that point, you know? Um yo, Simole has pushed through. But yeah, I'm actually wow.
Sure. How's your book going, Vuvu?
I'm done. Are you falling asleep there? I saw you sipping wine, but you're falling asleep.
Listen, I'm wide awake. Okay, I can like listen. I'm wide awake. Sorry for you, but I'm not gonna lie. I'm going to sleep. So these two characters have finally met. It's a little bit dramatic, you know. By the time that the timer ended, they were just recognizing each other. So we'll see how it goes. Yeah, that's where I'm at. Still
Yeah.
enjoying the writing, still enjoying the humor. There's still a lot of like funny quotable moments. There's one where they are like giving Chimamanda is given mention in the book. Zadie Smith is given mention in the book. And I see there was a part I wanted to share actually in the last sprint where they make mention of one of the movies that my mom absolutely loved, which is Lean on Me.
Aw.
I don't know if you guys have with Morgan. What's the black
Freeman.
guy's name?
Morgan
Morgan
Freeman.
Freeman.
Yes, Morgan Freeman. So, yeah. So my mom was a
Your mom used
stud.
to love that.
So that gave me, yeah, that gave me like a nice warm, feeling inside. So there are moments
Yeah.
where a lot of things are into yeah reality. So I
Okay.
like that. I like that.
Let's see.
It's
Emma
going
Ray is
well.
21%
That's
into
it.
Appleseed by Matt Bell. I don't know what's going on, but I'm intrigued. This is a very odd plot. I never heard of the book. Simola is on page 307 of Black Cake. I actually found book
Ooh,
two.
Donna, you're done, man. You're done.
Book two is coming out
2025.
on the no, this year on the 25th of October.
Ooh,
Because
okay, okay.
originally the
Okay.
story was out last year. It just got republished. But
Oh,
because there's even like
Oh.
a novella called Sacred
mm,
Hospitality. And then the
mm.
second book in the series is called The Atlas Paradox. But yeah, I never expected what just happened now. And
I expected it.
there's just
Yeah.
there's just conniving, backstabbing, plotting the whole
Mm.
time. People are not who they seem. Hey, it's
The thing is, for me, I do feel like at some point, if there is a trophy to get, a trophy in inverted commas, not that there's an actual, but if we are all pursuing the same thing, your human biases will come out, because there's a duality in every human being. There's no one person who's pure completely. So I
yeah.
think when the competition in those kind of situations tenses up, people start to show their true colors. Here's
Yeah.
bookmarked by Wolf. Should we ask them what
Hi.
their name is?
Yes, I'm gonna hi bookmark. But what earlier we were talking about you, and we looked for you on YouTube and realized you don't really have any videos. And then we tried finding you on Instagram. I don't know if you have an Instagram account. If you do, share. Everybody actually who's here,
Yeah.
if you're booktuber, not well, if you are a booktuber or bookstagram and you have an account, just share it down below and we can all like follow you back. But we're all wondering who's bookmarked by Wolf because it feels like somebody we should be knowing, but we don't know. And we were
Yeah.
curious. Um, you reading
Oh,
still here? Black Dignity in a World Made for Whiteness by Austin Channing Brown.
I
That
thought of
sounds
that
interesting.
one. That one sounds like a good one. That one does sound like a
I'm
good one. I
still
like how
here.
the first chapters were very well crafted. I liked where it's a memoir, right? If I'm not mistaken. I like where it was going.
Black dignity in a world made for whiteness. That's interesting. Reading Black Cake's blurb reminds me a lot of The Vanishing Half by Bert Bennett, which I enjoyed last year. Oh, that's the one. Oh, okay. I also enjoyed The Vanishing Half a lot. I enjoyed it a lot.
I still have it on my shelf.
Mine.
Listen,
I haven't read
Zibby,
mine. Mine is also
Where's my
it's still
copy?
brand
If you
new.
see, somebody has my copy again. Um,
just collect your
I
books, listen and collect all of
Is
them.
that
I need
me?
to
And
I
then
need
start
to
afresh.
collect my books.
Is that
Yes, and
me?
then start afresh, then you can know exactly where they are. You know?
I hope
They
that's
must
not
go.
Am I
I'm
me.
talking
starting
to
afresh?
charity because you might find that wherever they are, they're going mother,
The mother,
you know.
mother calling me.
Please read us. Please read us, mother.
Mother, mother. I just laughed
Bring
because
us
there was
please
another
bring us
scene.
home, you know.
There
Oh
was just
goodness.
another scene in here about mother, mother, mother. Hi, Sunflower Productions. Welcome. I'm doing Magical Readathon. I just
Yeah.
need to catch up on G's recent videos to see what we're supposed to actually be doing and check on my reading prompts and see if I've actually covered all the reading prompts. Otherwise, I need to prioritize my next reads for the reading prompts. That's a pretty cover, Umpile. I
Oh,
think it
thank
was
you.
the Vanishing Half
Finishing
cover.
off.
Mm.
Okay, I want to go refill. I'm gonna switch off the cam. I'm gonna go refill because this is the last sprint, and I hear.
Yeah,
For the last
I think I
get
I
it.
think I actually I want to set it up now already so that we don't waste too much time.
Yeah. Hey guys,
Um.
just JS you're eating, pray that I don't pass out. Like I actually need to sit like this. If I lie back, I'm going to sleep.
Mm. We must just we must just keep
Yeah.
pinging you.
I
Are
saw.
you
I
still
No, no,
saw.
there?
no. I must sit like this. I must sit like this. Like,
On the side, I was on Instagram now, and I saw that Emma Ray Empowered tagged us on a story. Hey, Emma Ray, if you're still here, thank you so
Oh,
much for
Emma's right.
following.
Thank you,
Um,
MRA.
and
We
sharing on
love
your
the
stories.
support.
I
Yeah.
also shared the
Um,
story. I saw it. She's
Let me
special.
see.
Thank you, Emma Ray.
At some point, my phone stopped sending me notifications because, according to it, I'm supposed to be asleep.
Hi,
So,
Bo.
and I
You have
set
set
this up
you
myself.
set your thing. Yes, I was about to
I
say
set it up
now you are
Same
myself.
here.
using your phone. Now
Same
you
Mm,
are
I
here.
set it up myself.
blaming. Now you're blaming your phone. Hi, Vera. Well,
Hello,
thank you, Emma Ray.
Vera.
Appreciate it.
Let me just reshare this.
Mina, I'm
You know the
tired.
you know
I am
doing lives.
drowsy. Ne?
Mm,
Vera's asking how are you doing? Vera's asking, I see that you're not looking when at charity. So she's saying, how are you guys doing? I'm just letting her know,
oh,
you
let me
know.
see. Let me get the
The 16
comments.
hour, 15 hours
Vera,
later,
15
I
hours
am
later.
fed up. I've put
Hi,
it up.
Vera.
15 hours
Welcome.
later.
Mm.
Like,
Um,
listen, yeah.
We're on
did you?
But
our
anyway,
last.
doing great. It's fun.
I'm actually curious to know if in between, remember my part was from 2 o'clock until 6 hours.
Mm.
South African time was from 2 until 6. Did you manage to get a nap in between that 2 hour gap? Because we couldn't. We didn't do anything. I was
No.
navigating
Yeah,
from
very
A nap
good.
Mavu's
where?
house
Uh-huh.
to mine.
The only thing that I stayed true to is my bubble slash salt bath. That I did,
Ooh,
but there was no nap. Instead,
Nice.
what did I do? I went and started playing PlayStation games instead of taking a break. That's what I did instead of
Oh wow.
actually. So I didn't nap at all. So like
So
even
Vera,
when you see
to answer your
when
question,
my
we are
tired,
tired. It's been a
because
long
now
day, but it's
when
been
in
beautiful.
But
this last
Wesley,
sprint when I was feeling tired, I just switched off my camera and I kept listening to the audiobook and I just started walking up and down just so that I
yeah,
don't fall asleep.
I feel like maybe I should do that just so I'm not the one who's
Mm.
known to have slept on this first attempt. Okay, the day will come, but it will not be today.
It's not gonna be today. We've had a
No,
lot
sir.
of things fighting against us, but
No,
not
no,
not today.
not
No,
today.
Vera, we are good. We are good. We are just
We're good.
happy that
Vera,
we managed
what are you
to.
reading? I'm about to start the next sprint. So if you just let us know what you're reading,
Yeah.
and like while I set up our final sprint. It's been a trying day, but we've done it. And I'm
No, we
looking
did it.
forward.
We really did it. I'm looking forward to next month.
Mm.
Should be awesome.
So you guys, in my description for the specific live sprint, I've shared everybody's the links to everybody's YouTube channels. So if you can just click on those links and follow their channel, subscribe to their channels, so that the next month when we're doing our sprints, you are informed of when the sprints are going to be. And yeah, we appreciate the support. I'm noticing like new people joining in the sprints that I've never seen before. So I'm glad for everybody who's here. Let me just put it back here. Vera is asking what everybody's reading. I'm on my last 7 pages of the Atlas 6. And then as soon as I'm done, I am jumping into Black Cake, where Umpile is almost done. I'm like smack in the beginning. And then, like, how many pages?
Yeah.
I'm 22 pages in.
That's what
Yeah,
I'm
I'm
reading.
almost.
7 days in June.
Mm,
Yeah, I'm just under 100 pages
mm,
left. Or wait, I'm on 285, and there is 381 pages.
yeah. Okay.
So
Sunflower Productions is reading Harry Potter and the Goblet of Fire for the first time. I'm also reading the Harry Potter series well, I started with book 1 last year, and I need to complete the series at least, or at least get halfway with the series this
I
year.
don't know. I don't know if they have it on script, but the Audible narrator was like, I just wanted to just like take them as my grandfather. You know, when you a person reads to you like your granny or grandfather would read to you. I was like, no, the story is even much better coming from you. Like, yes,
From the narration.
that's more. Yeah.
Like, Vera is reading A Court of Silver Flames. MRA is looking forward to the next month too, so I can catch more of the sprints. What dates will you be doing for April? We're not sure yet, but we'll
oh,
announce it closer to the date. MRA, are you still doing sprints? I usually miss your sprints because of the time difference, and
Yeah.
I find them like after the fact, so I will follow them afterwards. But I would realize that they kind of like run in the early morning hours.
I
Um,
have to say that MRA in South Africa in April, there are a lot of public holidays, and we might
actually,
not actually be able to find time between all four of us. And if anyone else is going to be, there's another person who's supposed to be joining us. We were supposed to be 5, but we were 4 for
yeah.
this round. But April in South Africa is like a joke month. It's like bad.
Yeah.
There's so many holidays in between.
But anyhow, even when, because sometimes I do just like random reading sprints. I think you also used to
Yeah,
do that. But I
yeah.
always schedule them with, what is it, StreamYard. So you'll know of it. Like if you're following me
Yeah.
on my YouTube channel, you'll probably see a link the day before or something like that. But
Yeah.
we'll announce the dates on our social media
But
platforms
definitely
when.
though, but we're
Hey,
definitely gonna do monthly ones. So I'm saying for MRA's sake, just so that she doesn't
yeah,
think that there won't be one in April. There definitely will be one in April,
No,
but
there
like
will be
of her
one.
saying, we might
Yeah.
not all be there. We
Yeah.
might not
yeah.
all be there, but we're definitely gonna do one. Yeah.
Yeah.
We just
We might not
we just
all
need
be
to figure
there
out a weekend that
a
works for
weekend.
everybody.
Yeah.
Mm.
But we will definitely be sharing each other's platforms, because I know I speak for myself that whenever someone has something going on, I'll always try to have it showing on the stories or
Mm.
on a Facebook or on a Twitter page, Twitter timeline or whatever. Much
Yeah.
like now, like whenever someone is going on live, we will share each link for one another.
Yeah.
So yeah, there will definitely
So
be
that
updates.
I'm enjoying The Providence of Fire, and we'll be continuing with a Harry Potter reread next month. I'm on book 6. There's so many
Guys, I
series
have
that
a
I want to start. Like,
confession.
what's that?
I've never read any Harry Potter book in my
I've
entire
only
life.
read one. I've only read one, so yeah, like practically, I've watched the movies, but I have not gotten to the books.
And you know what? I feel like what JK is doing these days, she's not making it easy for anybody to want to pick up that book. But the story is so precious. I absolutely like. I wish I could divorce her from it, but obviously I can't. But the story is really quite something. So every
Yeah.
time she does these weird things and says these things that are out of turn, I feel like
Why? I don't. I don't.
like,
I don't
like
have
she needs to be
experience
that kid in class where they like put your finger on your mouth, like when you are in
to keep me
public, just
quiet. Hmm.
yeah.
Switching to The Disordered Cosmos by Chanda Prescott Weinstein. You read very interesting books that I've
And
never heard
I've
of.
never heard of that. I can't. I
Mm.
haven't.
I'm still building my social platforms. I will start posting soon under the same name. Okay, so I did search Bookmark by Wolf on Instagram and I saw there was no pictures, but I think I followed. I think I followed just
Okay.
in case
Okay.
because it was the
I just want
only.
to say thank
Uh,
you though, because I see that they've been interacting a lot, especially this weekend and on my
Yeah,
previous live. So the reason
yeah.
why we were talking about you, we're like, thank you so much for the support. We really
yeah,
appreciate it.
we appreciate it. So yeah, if everybody just leave your links, or if you follow us on our social media, I believe we'll be following you back. So yeah. I'm doing Harry Potter reread with audiobooks too. Also, the narrator is Jim Dale.
Oh,
Ooh,
Jim Dale. Okay.
listen,
That's
listen. I
even
The
audiobook
name,
narrator
it's
is good.
Vivo's
Give me
granddaddy
my pocket.
voice.
Oh, that person's
Granddaddy.
voice. I'm like, read every book on the shelf. In fact, come here and read all of these books for me now. Like, yeah, he's good. He's good.
I'm going to make a schedule for April for my sprints and switch around times and such, so they can be
Oh,
okay. I
nice.
will. I will look out for those. I always love
Okay.
to read with sprints. Somehow I can never read following my own sprints. I feel like I'm gonna criticize myself, so I go to other people's sprints
I'm the
and
same.
then go follow.
Yeah,
So I can
yeah,
never rewatch my own.
yeah.
Oh, I did not know that. The Disordered Cosmos is a non-fiction book. She's a black woman who is a particle physicist. Oh, and the book discusses her journey as well as history of black people in science. That is so interesting.
Mm.
That is really interesting.
Mm.
Okay, with that, I am going to add our timer so
It's
that
a
we can
little prayer,
sprint.
guys. In fact, I'm gonna do what Charity said. I'm gonna hold this book and walk up and
You
down.
must walk around,
Like
take a
he's a
walk,
little baby, you know, that
shake,
needs to be
shake the body, bring, bring life to the body.
yeah, yeah. I need it.
Okay, happy reading.
Cool. Thanks.
Oh,
Ooh. How did everybody do?
It was rough. I was
It
almost
was rough.
falling asleep.
It was rough,
But
even for me. I've been staring at the
And
same page of Black Cake for a while
for me
because
though,
I finished my book.
I'm on to 296 from 286 or 285 or something. So I think what 10 pages in, so I'm fine. So from here, I read this much.
Okay. Not
So
bad.
it wasn't so bad. It wasn't so bad. And I still managed to go downstairs and refill and see that the dishes are being washed by a certain somebody.
I actually did well this sprint. Thank you very much. I think I am more awake than the two of you. Thank you, please. Thanks.
Yep.
Thanks. That's all
How
I'm
did
doing.
you do it?
I thought you were
Thank you.
falling asleep there for
I
a
set
minute.
up. The first trick for me was to sit up because I'm like, you know what? This couch,
This comfortability.
That corner is the one.
No, I was going to sleep. So I sat up and I did like a young walk. I went to my room, came back, and I was like, okay, fine, let me just sit and read. And it worked.
Yeah.
It worked.
Okay.
And now I'm getting the, when you're getting to the juice now of the story, like I'm getting the little tension, little chemistry, even though like there's a moment that I feel is over the top, like how they actually meet. I feel like they could have just met in a little more intimate setting, but I suppose there are renowned authors or whatever, so maybe it had to be public. But I'm like, I don't know how I feel about this meetup, but it's fine. We shall see how it goes.
Yeah. Sure. Yeah, I managed to finish the Atlas 6.
That's great.
The last the whole time I've been saying there's like 6 characters we follow. Here comes the last chapter with the 7th person that I just everything I've read was just like throw all of that away. Here's a whole bunch of
Sorry,
plot twists.
I was listening. I just had to write this down.
Yeah. But it was I need the next one. It was good.
Yeah,
It was
that's good.
because
Good.
no, like the author has like hid a lot of things from us, and now everything's revealed, and now you're like, hey, and the second book is coming out in October this year, so a couple of months.
The me who likes watching series close to the release of another season, I would have literally read it until September. Like I wouldn't have read it the entire year,
but then by the time
because I wouldn't have time to wait.
You'd move it to September so that you can read the second book in October, but the third book will only come in 2050. Then what?
That's the problem. You must wait for the whole series to come out for years. My mind is shattered. It's shattered because it's like forget what you thought. Like what I thought was happening was just games. Like the real thing was happening behind me.
I love that the author feels like they can do that to the reader. I like it. Thank you for being so brave.
Emery read 20 pages and also annotated. Vera read nothing but drew 2 things. What are you busy drawing? What is it for? Is it recreational or is it for work? You got this. Hey, the last 10 minutes, I was reading the same sentence.
You were feeling what I was feeling with the last sprint. Hey, I felt it. Hey, I was like,
No,
like
that
stop.
sentence of
At some point, I was like, just stop reading because what the hell? If somebody was to ask you what you just read, what were you gonna say?
I don't know,
I am
nothing.
a writer.
Like so, I don't know if you saw me putting the book aside before the actual sprint was over because I was like, the hell did you just? What did you just read?
Yeah.
I will try again in the morning. I've actually got to
Yeah,
get going. Thank you for the sprints. Can't wait. Yeah, we this was also the last one, so we're actually gonna
yeah.
close off now.
And get to rest. Like I hope these little people allow me to sleep in tomorrow. Like honestly, I need
Sure.
it.
My fellow South Africa. Hi, Amy. We are good. Just a bit sleepy now because we've been doing this for a while.
Yeah.
How are
It's
you
16
doing?
hours, 16
Oh,
hours
16
and
hours
5 minutes.
I believe we actually
of
finished 16
sprinting.
hours.
Sure. I
Well
didn't think
done.
16 hours could go by so quickly.
Me neither, hey?
I'm about 60% on my book now, started around 40%. It was a productive sprint. You are most welcome. You're most welcome.
Awesome.
Remember to
You
follow our YouTube channels linked in the description box for this live, and so that you can be able to see when we are going to be doing our next sprint. And I
yeah.
think if you get to any of our YouTube channels in any of our videos, I'm making an assumption that you'll find our other social media links for you guys to follow as well. We'll really appreciate it.
Oh yeah,
Indeed.
definitely.
That is true.
Oh, but this was good.
We
Yo, we
did
did it.
it. Yeah.
We did it. If I had anything to cheers with, here's my empty cup of
Hey, as long as you're empty, we are
latte.
going to bed now. We are all empty. Let's all go to sleep.
No more refills.
Thank you. Huh?
No more refills. Must go to sleep.
Hey, it's bedtime. Time out. It's
I'm
bedtime.
out.
Thank you,
I'm
Zibi.
out.
Oh,
Zibi
thank
has
you,
followed.
CB. Thank you.
Thank you
There's
for
actually
Thank
four of
you.
us.
following.
I don't know. Is Nontli's one on your description? She says all three, but it's
Yeah.
because Nontli's here, but she's been there for the other ones.
Yes,
So
the fourth person couldn't join us for this last sprint, but her channel is also linked down below, so you
yeah.
can subscribe to their channel as well. Simona, thank you for the sprints, ladies. Hoping to finish Black Cake tomorrow. This was really good. Thank you, Simona. Sure, you've been with us, hey? You've
What I
been
was
with
about
us
to say, thank you,
this
sis.
whole day. You might as well have your
Since
face
last
here
night,
next to
she's probably as
us.
tired as we are. She's as tired as we
She's
are.
as
Since
tired
last
as we
night,
are.
she's tired. She is tired.
Yes, Nonchi, you're our spirit reading animals. So this Nonchi, Bookish Nonchi is
Look at
our
her.
fourth sprinter.
I was about to say, look at her excluding herself just because she's not here for the last 4 hours. She's awesome. You all are.
Hey,
Aye, you too.
you
We
are
are.
right here.
Same to
You
you.
are
She
right
forgot.
here.
Same to you.
She forgot how
Yeah.
we all struggled together this morning.
Listen, it has been a thing. Yeah.
Oh, but
I've
thank
learned
you,
so much.
everybody, for joining. Thank you, ladies, for taking the time to do this. We are all mothers. We all had to navigate around our toddlers, and we made it work. Really appreciate it, and really appreciate everybody who's in here and everybody who's logged in throughout the day.
Yeah.
Yeah. Any
Definitely.
last
Thank you so much,
words?
guys. No, for me as well. It's like I was very touched to see the support like online especially, and I think that
Mm,
that's the beauty of having a common interest with people that you've never met is that there's nothing more than them wanting to root for you because you're doing something that resonates with them, and it's lovely when you
yeah,
actually see it happening. So I really
true.
appreciated that. So I wanted to say thank you. And it doesn't matter how
Mm,
much of the sprint you are actually part of, even for the 10 minutes that you stopped by. Thank you very, very
we
much. We
appreciate it.
appreciate it. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Same here. Same here. I mean, there's people who started with us since 8 a.m. when we were having glitches. And with every 4 hours, like we've been learning as well. Nonti and I learned everything literally in like a few minutes. So the I like the fact that we still remembered the why. Like yesterday, we were talking about how we trying to do this, all four of us, and we're going to be holding, at least when we do this weekend, we're going to be holding each other's hands together and going through it together. And we did say, okay, we're all free. And I explained, oh, I had already had another engagement, but I still navigated through that. And we all still navigated through like our responsibilities around the house. We're all mothers, and we had people who were online, and we were still going on and off, on and off, on and off, and they still supported. And
And they stayed. And
yeah,
they
and they
came back.
and
They
I
came
liked
back for
how,
like the whole
yeah, I liked how everything was just so authentic, whether it was technical glitches or technically or
It
Facebook
wasn't
Live,
Or
technical.
just electricity also. Hey, South Africa.
electricity as well, guys. South Africa, if whoever's watching this from somewhere else around the
Yeah.
world, I'm sure you don't even probably know of load shedding, but oh, guys, it wasn't even load
It's a
shedding, it
real.
was just drama.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's all sorted now. We're all good. So hopefully, in the next couple of months, we will be looking back at on this first one, this first pilot being like amazing, and we will be smooth with our transitioning and everything else.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm glad. I'm actually glad for the sisterhood. I'm glad for what the past 2 years have brought and what it's still bringing as well. Because hey, there's there's read-alongs now. There's readathons. South Africa is getting the readathons, and Tandem is coming on board, like getting in touch with everybody. Tagging people. I saw while we were reading on our second hour for you charity. I was Garaba and I were tagged on the first post for Tandem
Or with
UK.
tandem.
Yeah, because we were one of the first few respondents, because they're gonna roll out the tagging of all the other people. So I'm looking forward to all of the things that are coming through for South
Because
African
actually,
booktubers.
yeah, it's actually quite exciting because I also signed up to Tandem, but I just didn't accept this month's book because it's just not aligned with what I'm reading. So I'm hoping maybe the next
Yeah,
one will speak more to
yeah,
me. So I'm trying this year to not ask for books that are just gonna live on my shelf and be forgotten.
mm, yeah.
So I'm trying to be more intentional with what I'm reading. So uh, unfortunately, I had to skip this one, but I'm looking forward to the to future books. But it's like I like what they're doing. I like what Tandem is doing. They're
Yeah,
recognizing the
yeah.
potential within the bookish
Mm,
space in South Africa, and yeah,
And I think with onboarding, with starting with Pan Macmillan as the first publisher. I mean, Pan Macmillan is one of the, like the top five in South Africa. So that's something big. And obviously amongst us as a group, not that we clicky or anything like that. We always helpful of one another. Whenever they do get in touch again, if even if they don't actually get in touch with any one of us, we will still be mentioning each other's names throughout. Like I think that's the whole aim of just being in this network. Like it'll always be that we supportive of one another,
yeah,
regardless, and we know one another's likes and dislikes and whatever. We follow each other, and we know what we prefer. So we're able to actually say, oh, you like nonfiction more. here's something, or an
Mm.
outskirts, but here's something. I
Yeah,
like that about us, and I
that's
hope
true.
it stays.
I think it will. Like I'm even new to the reading group because I only joined the reading group last year after stumbling upon a buddy read and then found myself in one WhatsApp group that led me to another WhatsApp group doing sneaking things, and I've never felt so welcome. It's like you feel like you have this whole group of friends that you have not physically met, but
Exactly. Yeah.
you're starting to know so much about them because you are like talking to each other almost on a daily basis. So it's been very welcoming,
Mm.
and we wouldn't even be here if it wasn't for that group. So
Exactly. Thank you, Vuvu, for steering
mm,
that and
mm,
reminding us of a conversation we had like months ago. Was it months ago or a few weeks ago?
it was like December.
We talk so much. We talk
During
so
December
much.
vibes.
Yeah, we talk a lot. Yeah.
No,
I just
is
think also
this
sometimes things happen when they should, hey? Because I feel like we had to do it this weekend as well. Like I don't know why, but I do feel like this was well
Mm.
timed. So
We literally
very
started
well
planning
timed?
this 2 days ago. We started
Yeah,
planning this
in less than
two days
24
ago.
come
hours.
hell, come fire. We are here. Yeah.
Mm. Mm.
Hashtag,
Hey,
hashtag,
team.
hashtag Team Forstella.
Yeah.
Basically,
Bookish
yeah.
Monkey, it sounds like there's like steam now in her book. Mm,
Ooh.
it's
Ooh.
going down. This is when you are told that you're reading porn. Hey.
Yeah, the minute, but the thing is, they don't come for the YA because they're saying YA is still up. It's you people there by new adult and adult with your
An
snacks. Then they
adult.
tell you your
I
new.
feel like if the new adults are even worse than the adults. It's like that
Seriously,
small jump from YA to now we are adults. Hey, the smut there. I feel like
yeah,
it's
new
worse than
adult. Yeah, okay. I could see why authors would go wild with that. Yeah,
they go wild. It's like, oh, you're 23. It's fine.
yeah, yeah. Yeah.
I'll give you.
We give you
I'll give
here,
you
By
here
the
it
time
is.
you're an adult, you're like, I've lived my life. It's okay. It's yeah,
I just want companionship. I
yeah.
do.
Yeah,
These other
yeah. The
things.
notebook. You are the notebook. You're reading the notebook.
Mm.
You adult. Yeah.
Yeah, but thank you, ladies. Gonna
Yes.
shut this down now.
Thank you. It was
And
great.
bye, everybody. Please,
Bye.
yeah, in the comments. Last comment, literally 2 chapters of a sex scene. This is what you said. And you said your main character is 23. I told you. That new
Yeah,
adult.
the next thing is gonna be cold at 12 a.m. and when we're gonna be wanting a fan. And today you lie again. And we are going to bed.
Good luck. Good luck. Mm,
Yeah, no. Mm-mm.
yeah. All right, thank you. I'm going to end
Yeah.
the broadcast.
Cool.